copy.
Download video này.
IDM. Đừng đọc vào nỗi đau tôi tí. Crack đầu nhá. 1/4 mua con này. Crack ở khoảng 5/4, 7/4 gì đấy. Xong bị dính mang que với cả tung mày luôn. Xin á, quả đấy là bị khóa mất đích Facebook rồi. Nhớ là 5 sinh sách. Tại cái hồi đấy là 2008 làm mà nó yêu cầu 15 tuổi. Xong rồi bay ở một nick Google bị hack, còn đâu các nick khác là đều bị nó đăng nhập chỗ khác này. Thêm cái gì nhỉ? Cái gì? Máy bị giật lag, xong rồi chạy vẫn xong nó dùng cái mail tôi để tôi sang cày đấy. Thế là tại vì hồi trước là tôi có rất ý điểm rồi, tôi crack được cái kiểu khác là nó là cách là cứ xếp mình ăn mấy ngày miễn phí, nó reset cái đoạn miễn phí của mình. Còn lần này tôi crack là tôi đã crack kiểu nó như kiểu là bị người khác mua ấy, là chết đấy là gì. Bây giờ gần như là không crack đi nữa. Thì bây giờ gần như tất cả các link đều là cái link của virus này. Cái điểm mở bây giờ quay bây giờ ngồi để mở, nhưng mà giá IDM cũng này khoảng 600 like. Là nó cho mua luôn từ hôm cuối cái đời cái đấy. Cái này là tháng tôi mua cái này tháng luôn. Mua chưa? Chưa. Mua đi. Mua cái đó. Bố tôi bảo là dùng IDM là IDM là cái thời xa xưa, là cái thời máy tính còn chưa biết gì. Ra là cái IDM thì với cả bố tôi bảo là cái IDM là cái mở đấy. Mà người ta có thể nhìn cái gì mình là không này. Bố tôi cũng bảo là bố tôi là anh bố tôi cũng bảo luôn là cái cốc cũng là cái tốt để nó cũng mở cụ thể và có cái backdoor được.
Con đi cốc cùng nhau.
Hello, my student. Appreciate that you arrived early because, as I told you last week, we finished earlier than usual. So today we take the longer lecture than usual from 7 a.m. to 12 a.m. Okay? Now we start now. Even I found that some of you or many of you haven't arrived, but then we should start. Now this is my questions for the last lecture. You need to decide the change in supply, the change in demand, and how it affects the change in equilibrium. Remember this? Yeah, and you just done on papers, and I just have a look. Now the first one, I'll quickly show the answer. We have here the case of market of organically grown brown rice. I'm asking you about the brown rice market. What will happen if a reduction in the cost of organic fertilizers? Now, first we need to decide, okay? Don't forget that we have the 3 steps to analyzing the new equilibrium. Now, can you remind step 1, what we need to do? In step 1, now hello, close your laptop, prepare pens and papers, no phones, no laptop, focus here. Don't waste your time. Very good. Step 1, we need to decide supply or demand, or both. That will change. Step 2, what is it? Very good. We need to decide that the curve here shift leftward or rightward, the direction of the shifts. And in step 3, we need to make the diagram to show initial equilibrium. Initial equilibrium. And then we have the new equilibrium. We compare between the two to have the change in P and Q at equilibrium. Okay, this is the three steps that we apply here to decide the new equilibrium. Now, reduction in the cost of organic fertilizer. What is the name of the factor that change here? Supply or demand? Fertilizer. We use fertilizer in producing brown rice. Supply or demand? Supply. Very good. What is the name of the factor? Input prices. Input prices. We use it in production. It means fertilizer is an input. Okay? Now, leftward or rightward? Rightward. Because the price. Can I erase all my writing? Yeah. When the price of inputs decreases, you know that ceteris paribus, we have no change in TR, the revenue from selling. But then TC will decrease. We can save cost in production. It means that, now what happened to the profit here? What happened? How profit will change? Go up or down? How to calculate the profit? Profit? TR minus TC. Okay? So if TC decreases, it means the profit will increase. Higher profit, it means more incentive to supply. Okay? QS increases, supply increases. How can we say about the supply curve? Supply curve shifts to the right. Okay, the supply curve shift to the right. Put a tick here after you analyze. Now, ceteris paribus, assume that no change in demand. This is the case when we make equilibrium and then we shift the supply curve rightward. You agree? My students, do you agree here that we shift the supply curve rightward? Yeah? Now, I'll quickly show the graph. Okay. I clean up these parts for showing the graph. You should write equilibrium price and quantity. We assume that we know supply and demand for brown rice before the price, the quantity, initial supply curve S1, initial demand curve T1. But we know already. Now, we decided that the supply curve shift rightward. Just shift the supply curve rightward. Now, what we have S1, T1, you need to decide. You need to decide P1, Q1. This is equilibrium price and quantity. initially. Q1. Then, when the supply curve shifts right to us, S2 here. Ceteris paribus, we have the new price and quantity. From the cutting point of S2 and D2, okay, we now can decide P2 and Q2. Then we compute that what change in price and quantity. How can we say? The equilibrium price from P1 to P2. How can we say? Decreases. Now, equilibrium quantity from Q1 to Q2 increases. What do we mean? A reduction in the cost of organic fertilizer will decrease the price of brown rice and increase the quantity of brown rice in the market. It means that people now can buy brown rice at cheaper price and more brown rice are traded in the markets. Does it make sense? Yeah, okay. This is the way we do. Now, so I need to see all of these analyses, and then finally you just put a tick on the table like this. Supply will shift to the right, and then P decreases, Q increases. Okay? I give you just 2 minutes. Can you finish up all the analysis as one example that we can have here?
Đi cả. Câu hỏi thêm này. Câu hỏi thêm này nữa.
Okay, effect on the price, P decreases. Q increases. I'm not going to do all the questions. I just do some questions here because of limited time. We need to move to the next section. Okay? If not, we don't have enough time. Remember today and next week we do the midterm test. The midterm test. Later I inform you. Okay? What kind of questions we do from where to where. But then be aware that the next lecture, next week, should be the final lecture as well. But we have many things to do. So I cannot do all the questions with you. I just pick up some questions. Is it clear up to here? Yeah, the change in supply. Now let's do another example. Good. Another example. Now quickly say here. An increase in demand for organic brown rice. Supply or demand? Very good. Increase in demand, it means that demand will change. What direction? Leftward, rightward. Increase in demand, it means higher demand. Okay, demand can shift rightward. Very good. Guess what happened to P and Q? Initial price and quantity S1, D1 that we can find. P1, Q1. Now, demand can shift rightward. D2. We have new price, new quantity here. How to say the change in price and quantity? The price increases P1 to P2. The quantity increases as well. So increase in the demand for brown rice, it means that higher price, higher quantity. Okay? This is easy questions as well. Now the next question. Next. Decrease in the price of organic white rice. Organic white rice. Now, what is the relationship between organic white rice and organic brown rice? What's the name? Related goods, very good, but what's the name? We have two kinds of related goods. Very good, here's a substitute. Decrease in the price of substitute, price of whites. Decrease it. What happened? How to say? QT for, very good, white rice will go up. Then QT for brown rice will substitute. It means that they can be placed in consumption. We buy more white rice, we buy less brown rice. Assume that QT for brown rice decreases at all the price level. We say demand for brown rice decreases, and then the demand curve for brown rice, very good, shift to the left. Okay, shift to the left. Now, can you tell what happened to the price and quantity here? Can you quickly make the graph, the diagram? And tell me about the price and the quantity. Yeah, they both lower. The price and the quantity decreases. Decrease in the price of white rice will decrease the price and quantity of brown rice as well. Yeah? So this is how supply or how demand change, linked to the change in P and Q. Now we go to a more complicated case when we have the price when you have both supply and demand change. Okay, let's see what happened. Now pick up one case when both supply and demand change. Here we go. Shall I go to the next question? Yeah. Now we have a more complicated case now. The belief that the price of organic brown rice will rise substantially in the future. What is the name of the factor that change here? Believe that the price of organic brown rice will rise. Expectation. Expectation here is change for both supply and demand. For example, when the consumer, they expect that the change in price of the gift increase in the future. What happened? For the current QD. In the future, they need to buy the same product at higher price. So at the moment, they buy less or more. Very good, they buy more to avoid increased price in the future. Current QD increases, it means that the current demand increases. So the demand curve shifts. Higher demand shifts rightwards. Very good, shift rightwards. Now for producer, if they expect that in the future time, the price of the product increases, they can sell the same product at higher price in the future. How about the current supply? QS at the moment, supply less or more? They now supply less because they want to sell more in future to gain more profits. Higher price in the future benefit them. Okay? So now they sell less. Supply decreases. The supply curve shifts leftwards. Very good. Shift leftwards. Now, we put a tick here. Supply curve shift leftwards, demand curve shift rightwards. Okay? Question. How many graphs that we should put here? 3. Very good. It's 1, 2, 3, 1, and you have 3 different answers. It means that you know really well what we need to do in this case. Now, in my example that I gave you before in the lecture slides, okay, we need to compare. Now, can you just write all the information before I'm writing the new points? Why we need to present 3 cases here? Because we don't know exactly the magnitude of change between supply and demand. We know that supply curve leftward, demand curve rightward, but we don't know which one shift more than the other. So we need to make an assumption. Okay? Can I clean up my writing? Can I do now? Now I show you 3 cases. Many of you understand that quite, but then when you make the graph, you did wrong somewhere. We just make the tiny graph, all of this. Supply, demand. Okay, S1, T1, S1, T1. Now we need to make separate 3 graphs. We cannot combine all the points on the same graph. PQ. S1, T1. In the first case, I want to make that the magnitude of change in supply greater than the magnitude of change in demand. It means that supply can shift leftward by a big distance, but then demand can shift rightward by a small distance. So I'm making the supply curve here S2. From S1 to S2, this is the big distance. Oh, I forgot to tell. Before I show S2 here, you need to decide. This is first. You need to decide P1, Q1 initially. P1, Q1. Okay. You decide P1, Q1. Before we show any change in supply and demand. Now, come back to the first case when I try to show the magnitude of change in supply greater than the magnitude of change in demand. It means that I need to show the big distance between the supply curve S1 and S2. The big distance. But I only show the small distance between D1 and D2. And don't forget that we make D2 shift to the right. This is D2. Now you see here, from S1 to S2, this is a big distance. Now can you follow me? S1 to S2, this is the big distance. But then from D1 to D2, this is the smaller distance. You agree? Yeah. It means that I'm making the magnitude of change in supply greater than the magnitude of change in demand. Okay? Now what next? You need to find out S2 and D2 cutting points. S2 and D2 cutting points. Decide correctly the cutting point here. How do we say? D2. D2. Now, how can you make the conclusion here from the first graph? The price. What happened to the price? Increases. Okay, the price increases. The quantity Q1 to Q2. The quantity decreases. It is the first conclusion from the first graph. Okay. Now, what should we do? The second graph. In the first one, I make the magnitude of change in supply greater than the magnitude of change in demand. In the second graph, I'm making something opposite. The magnitude of change in supply smaller than the magnitude of change in demand. Okay, here we go. The magnitude of change in supply from S1 to S2, this is the small distance. S2 here. We put an arrow S1 to S2. But then there should be a big distance from D1 to D2. A big distance. D1 to D2. Now I'm finding cutting point of S2 and D2. P2. Q2. P2, Q2, it means that we cut S2 and D2 together. Now how to say? Price and quantity. The price will P1 to P2, increasing. The quantity P1 to Q2. Increases as well. Q1 to Q2. This is. Okay. So we found something different from the first graph. Okay. I'll give you a couple minutes. Can you finish up the two cases before we do the final one? Now, hello, some of you using phones or laptop. Can you stop? Focus here. This is not easy questions. When we do something in the test, you need to present all the points like this. Why I need to just come back to the questions? Because I want to show you the way. Okay? That you can do. Don't waste your time. What we need to present in the last case, the magnitude of change in supply equal the magnitude of change in demand. What do we mean? We mean that the two supply curves, they shift at the same distance with the two demand curves. Okay, I have here supply curve shift leftwards. S2, and the demand curve here shift rightwards. D2. Okay, D1 and D2. This is D2. Now put an arrow. D1 to D2, S1 to S2. D2 is here. The same magnitude. This is D2. Now, S2 and D2, this is the price, E2. Okay, here. E2. And if we make the quantity Q1, Q2, okay. It means that no change in the quantity. Q1 and Q2 exactly the same. Okay. What we need to show the price. P1 to P2, it means the price increases. Quantity. How can we say about the quantity here? Constant. Very good. No change in the quantity. The quantity constant. 3 cases, we found 3 different answers. Now, we need now to make the final conclusion. How can we do? Now, go through all the cases. Let me say again. In the first one, the price go up, the quantity goes down. The second one, the price go up, the quantity go up. The last one, the price goes up, the quantity keep constant. How can we make the final conclusion here? About the price, what happened? What happened to the price? Always increases. The price always increases. Now the quantity. The quantity may go up, go down, or may be constant. We say the quantity is ambiguous or unclear. Unclear to say about the quantity. Now, or you say ambiguous. This is what mark you write down. Q is unclear or ambiguous. We cannot say clearly about the pattern of Q. It depends on the magnitude of change in supply and demand. Okay, ambiguous. Is it better now that you know the way how to work with the change in supply and demand? Yeah, this is important parts. Important parts. So in the midterm test, I can ask any scenario, any questions related to what we need to do, like we are doing here. Any question? Any question? Have you finished here? Yeah, we're moving to the new part. This is the questions for last week that I asked you to do on the paper. I have a look to see how my student doing. Okay? Now, we understand that if we have information about supply and demand, we can find out equilibrium. But if supply change or demand change or both of them change, we have the new equilibrium. And don't forget that equilibrium, this is only one situation when supply meets demand. If supply doesn't meet demand, what happens? This is what we need to analyze now. Shall I go to the next part? Yeah, thank you. What happens if supply cannot meet demand? This is what we're doing now. So this is the part after equilibrium. This is what we mean surplus and shortages. Surplus and shortages, the second part. Now keep silent, please. Surplus first. Surplus. Just write down the name and stop. I explain on the graph and then you make some other definition comments. Hello, I'm saying that please close your laptop. Can you? Close your laptop. Pens and papers are better. Now, I have the graph here. Focus first. Don't make any notes at the moment. Supply demand. Supply curve upward sloping. Upward sloping. Demand curve downward sloping. Now, cutting the two curves, what do we have? If we cut the two curves, what do we have here? Equilibrium, very good, PEQE. But what happens if the price in the market is not at PE, equilibrium price, but instead we have the price P1 greater than PE? Now once again, in the market there is a price level, P1, just higher than PE. What happens? When the price equal P1, it cuts the demand curve and supply curve at two different prices. Okay? It cuts demand and supply curves at two different prices. How can we find out? How can we find out the quantity demanded at the price of P1? How can you know QD1 when the price in the market equal P1? We find intersection point between P1 and demand curve and bring down to horizontal axis. This is QD1. Can you see QD1? Yeah. How to find out the quantity supply correspondingly? Not the same here. You bring P1 into the supply curve and then bring down to horizontal axis. We have QS1. We see here QD1 and QS1, they are different. Okay, they are different. It means, silent please. At the price of P1, consumer willing to buy, be able to buy at QD1. Consumer want to buy at QD1. But then producer, they willing to sell, be able to sell at QS1 greater than QD1. Consumer want to buy less, but producer, they can supply more than that. Okay? We say there is a surplus of the good in the market. There is a surplus of the good in the market. Now questions for you. In the case of surplus, which one should be the actual quantity trading? Oh. The actual. I try. The actual quantity trading. Which one? You have three options, QD1, QE, or QS1. Is it QE? Consumer only can buy at QD1. Producer can supply at QS1. Which one should be the actual quantity traded in the market now? Which one? At QD1 only. The market only can trade at QD1 at the quantity that consumer willing to buy. Okay? How can we decide? How can we decide the amount of surplus? The amount of surplus. Now, how can we decide the amount of surplus here? How many surplus? How many units surplus in the market? How can we do? Very good. Amount of surplus. Sorry for the writing. My pen I cannot use at the moment. Surplus. Okay, you take QS1, you minus QD1. QS1 minus QD1. This is the amount of surplus. QS1 minus QD1. Easy here? Yeah, okay, now you make the graph with the 2 points here, and then I show you the formal definition of surplus and what happened in the case of surplus. Finished? Yeah, now here we go. When the price is above its equilibrium level, there is a surplus. It means that you should have higher price than equilibrium price, leading to a surplus. Surplus. So surplus, this is the amount by which QS of the product exceeds QD. QS exceeds QD at that price. Now important points, and then I come back to explain. The surplus pushes the price down. It means that whenever we have the surplus, it creates pressure to push the price down. Okay? The surplus pushes the price down. Finish writing? No? Oh, okay. Are you okay? Yeah. We come back to the graph. Yeah. Now, there is a surplus here. In the case of surplus, how can the producer or seller do? If they want to clear up all the surplus, to clear up or reduce all the surplus, how can they do? To reduce. It means that they produce more than the consumer can buy. So to clear out all the surplus, how the seller do? The quickest way is reducing the price. Very good. The quickest way to reduce the surplus, it is by reducing prices. So when the price in the market decreases, what happened to QS? What happened to QS? According to the law of supply, when the price decreases, QS will decreases. Good. What happened to QD? QD increases. Now, QS, it decreases from where to where? When the price equal P1, don't forget that we have the quantity supply equal QS1. So when the seller, they sell the product at cheaper price, the quantity supply decreases from QS1 to a lower level than QS1. Decreases. But then QD increases, it means that when the price is cheaper, the consumer, they buy more. QD increases from QD1 to higher level than QD1. We don't know that they can meet a QE or not. Because actually it depends on the magnitude of change in supply and demand. We don't know for sure, is it QE or not? But we can imagine that QS and QD, they move in opposite direction. It means that later they can form the new equilibrium. You understand? Yeah? We don't know, is it at PEQE or is it at different cutting points? But we know for sure that the new price in the market must be lower than PE. Because the seller, they decide to decrease the price already to reduce the surplus. Now, so it means that when there is a surplus in the market, always it creates pressure to push the price down. The price must be lower in the case of surplus. Can you get the point? Yeah, the price must be lower to reduce or clear out all the surplus. Does it make sense? Yeah, good point. This is how can we safeguard the surplus. Now, the second point. Another scenario of the market when supply cannot meet the demand. We have the shortage of the goods. Shortage. So the same here. Supply and demand together. Then we have a price level P2 lower than PE. I'm sorry, still. I heard that someone, you just keep saying with your friends. You can go home or even you can go out the class. We need to focus, you know? Now can you answer? When the price in the market equal P2, how can you design QS2 and QD2 at that price P2 level? How can you find out QS2? By cutting P2 at supply curve. Bring down, this is QS2. How to find QD2? Bring P2 into demand equation or cuts with the demand curve, and then you can decide QD2. What do we have here? At the price of P2, consumer willing to buy, be able to buy at what? Consumer at QD2. But that producer, what quantity that they can supply? QS2 only. Which one greater? QD2 greater than QS2. When the price equal P2, consumer want to buy more at QD2, but seller only can supply less at QS2. So in the market, we say there is a shortage of the goods. There is a shortage of the goods. Okay? Shortage. Two questions. The actual quantity trading. Which one? Noisy. Which one? QS2. The market only trade at QS2. At QS2. The amount of shortage we just set QD2 minus QS2. We take the quantity demanded minus the quantity supplied at that price. Now you write down. When the price below equilibrium price, there is a shortage. So shortage, this is the amount by which QD exceeds QS. QD exceeds QS. Shortage pushes the price up. Finish writing here? Yeah, now come back to quickly explain why the shortage pushes the price up. Here we go. Now we know that if P2 lower than P leading to the shortage, it means that the seller only supply at QS2, but the buyer want to buy more than that. So in this case, the seller, they understand that shortage of the good exists. In the case of shortage, they have the incentive to increase the price. Why? Because if they can increase the price, they can make more profits. Okay, the same product, they know shortage exists. They tend to increase the price to make more profits. To make more profits. Now, when the price increases, what happens? QS will increases. From where? From QS2 to higher level than QS2. If the price higher, seller tends to sell more. What happened to QD? Decreases from QD2 to lower level than QD2. So once again, we can see the different movement or different QS and QD, they move in opposite way. Okay, and then they finally can meet up. When they meet up, we have the new equilibrium in the market. Maybe they meet at QE, maybe not. It depends on how supply and demand change. But we can know for sure that when there is a shortage here, the price must be higher than P2. The price must be higher than P2 because the seller, they just increase the price already to make more profits. Okay? So always there is a pressure to push the price up. Push up the price in the case of shortage. Okay? Yeah. Is it easy? Yeah, some questions about, it also means that we do enough for supply and demand. Now we just have some questions and exercises to practice. Are you ready for questions? Yeah, okay. I show show you some questions and exercise to practice. Okay. Yeah. From here. Multiple choice question first. I give you supply and demand equation. Question, what are equilibrium price and quantity? Now can you do calculation and then I show you later some options. But you first do calculation. Bùi Lê Đức Anh. Đức Anh, are you here? Đức Anh absent. Now, I'm asking the final time. Are you here, Bùi Lê Đức Anh? No? Lê Nhật Anh. Lê Nhật Anh. Absent as well. Nguyễn Minh Anh 026 SST. Kiệt Minh Anh. Equilibrium price and quantity. Minh Anh, can you stand up? How to decide? Very good, you just set them equal. Now, 100 minus 2p equals minus 20 plus p. PE 40, good. QE 20. Minh Anh, ABCD. You choose B. You agree that P equal 40 and Q equal 20 here? Yes, thanks Minh Anh. Okay, we have the answer is B. Okay. Now the next questions. Suppose a price of 46 is imposed on the market. This results in a. Now you decide first, surplus or shortage. Then you show the calculation to point out the amount of surplus or shortage. Now please, 2 minutes. You write down calculation. How can we answer here? Pian. Pian. Bạn kia. Phạm Ngọc Phương Anh. You are here. Get Phương Anh. Now, you decide first, surplus or shortage? Stand up, Phương Anh. Equilibrium price equal 40. Now, the given price, 46, higher than or lower than 40? Higher than. What happened in the markets? If we have a price level just higher than equilibrium price leading to surplus, very good. So any answer with shortage we cannot choose. Now surplus, C or D here. How can we know? The way we do. You can make the graph here or even you just bring 46 into supply and demand equation to find out QS, QD. Then you calculate the amount of surplus. Understand the way? Yeah. Go on. Phương Anh. Bring P equal 46 into supply. Into demand first. Now what you have? QD 100 minus 2 multiplied by 46. 8, you have 8 here for QD. So bring P equal 46 into supply. QS equal, get 26. Now, amount of surplus. How to? Get 26 minus 8 equals 18. A, B, C, D? D here. Very good. We choose D. Thanks, Phương Anh. You know the way? Yes. D. Is it easy? Yes. Now, the next similar question. Shall I move? Suppose a price of 30 is imposed on the market with result in what? Of how many units? Okay, would we show the answer? How to? Quyền tiến công. Tiến công. Okay, good, go.
Chắc là tôi
Now, you decide surplus or shortage. Can you stand up? I want to hear from you.
Để thôi tôi cứ nói thì giá trị tương đối này 37.
Now, can you stand up?
Phải đúng đấy.
Surplus or shortage? Shortage. How you know shortage? Very good. We have lower price than 40 in leading to the shortage. Go on, go. The amount of shortage, how can you do? Now you calculate QD and QX here. QD equals 100 minus 2P. P here equals 30. 40, very good, 40. QS? 10. Now, the amount of shortage. How to? 40 minus 10 and equals 30. A, B, C, D? A, you agree A here? Yes, give A. Okay, thanks, go. Thank you. A. I hope that you now know very well the way that we deal with surplus or shortage. Okay? Now, exercise for you. Exercise for you. Exercise, okay? All of you please write down this exercise on your notebook. This is the sample of the example for exercise that I can ask you in chapter 2. So in the midterm test, maybe I ask something very similar. Okay, similar or a little bit harder than this. But then the form of the exercise for chapter 2 should be like this. I give you the statistic about A in the markets. Information for supply and demand of a good in the market given by this table. Okay? Questions for you. Can you write down the demand and supply equations for kit A? After that, you decide equilibrium price and quantity for kit A. And then you decide the actual trading quantity of kit A in the market at the price equal 8.5. And the final question, can you calculate the amount of surplus or shortage at the market price equal 11.5? Now, you write down first, and then I give you time brainstorming for this exercise before we do.
đô thị.
Ba này sắp phải cuối. What are the demands of equation? Thì cái đấy ok. Hai quy khác. Theo từng
Khi nào được
mong thế. Quên hai người như vậy vậy ạ.
Okay, writing for the requirements, and then we're doing this exercise. Finish writing here?
Chế đề bài. Ồ, chị chế đề bài rồi. Good.
You got all the questions? Now let's see how to do with A. Write down demand and supply equation. How to? Remember how to? Any questions for me?
Có hai cái equation này.
What you have on this table? You have the price certificate and you have 2 Qs. Which one is QS? Someone said that they cannot do because they don't know which one is QS, which one is QD. You can know. How to? We see the relationship between P and Q to decide QS or QD illustrated. Now, for example, the second row here, QS or QD? QS. How you know QS? When the price increases 7, 8, 9, 10, we have the quantity increases 11, 13, 15. So it means that the quantity and the price positive relationship. It should be QS. Now another one. When the price increases, we have the quantity decreases. It must be QD. Okay? So you need to understand the relationship. Don't just relying on D or S, okay? It's not important. But the relationship between P and Q is the way you can decide. Now, how can you write down QS, for example? Assuming that sublime equation is, we assume sublime equation follow the form of Q, A plus BP. Okay, A plus BP. What do we mean? Now, what you need to decide. I'm giving you P and Q. You need to decide A and B. How to? Pick up any two pairs of P and Q in this table and then bring it to the form of QS. So 11 equal A plus 7B. Pick up another 15, for example, equal A plus 9B. A and B. A and B. Pick up any two pairs. Okay, whatever you want. And then you can find out A and B. Tuấn Đạt. Are you here? Tuấn Đạt absent. Phùng Tiến Đạt. Kết Đạt. Sorry? Can you do? Are you equal to? 3 over 2. 3 over 2. 3 over 2. 1.5. Can I write down? Yeah? 1.5. 3 over 2. B? 1 over 2. 0.5. 0.5. Now that after having A and B, you should form sublime equation as well. So sublime equation is QS equal 1.5 plus 0.5p. Don't forget that you should form equation, not ending at A and B. You understand? Yeah. 0.5 to 1.5. Is it clear here? No? Is it wrong? Oh.
Nhá, theo cũng được cô ra
A minus 3.
cả hai đúng không? Nhưng mà nếu mà tôi lấy hai số khác nhau.
And B equal 2.
Nếu tôi lấy hai số khác nhau.
Yeah. Now check, is it the new answer is better? Calculation is important. Now bring here, so what we have here, minus 3 plus 2p. So at least we have the positive coefficient here. Good? Now, when the price equal 10, for example, you have 10 here. 10 multiplied by 2, 20, minus 3, it means that Q equals 17. It's okay. Or when the price equals 8, 16 minus 3, 16 minus 3, it means 30. Okay? We double check the answer. This is the correct one. Now, why it's wrong for when that give the answer? Because his friend next to him, they produce at the other form of P equals C plus dP. Okay, and she told the answer, and that just speak to me. It's wrong because they take another form of supply equation. Now the same here, we do demand equation. Assume that for demand equation. So it means that still some of you don't know how to form equation. It's serious. C plus dP. Now we pick up another pair of P and QD. Now we work with QD. For example, QD equal 20 C plus 7D. Okay, 19 C plus 8D. C equals D equals. Tạo hình thức 097 097 tạo hình thức ICT. Absent. Another tạo hình thức 09X ICT as well. Minh Đức 09X ICT. You give Minh Đức. I cannot get the answer. Can you speak loudly? See? Sorry. Now again, I need to write down for C and D first. C. Negative 27. Negative 27. Negative 1. So what do you mean for QD? I'm 27, not minus. Is it correct now? Yeah? So QD equals 27 minus P. Now the class, is it correct here? QD equals 27 minus P. Now let's check when the quantity equals 15 or when the price equals 12. We have the quantity equal 15. Good? When the price equal 11, we have the quantity equal 16. Okay, I see negative coefficient and then I put numbers in. I have the perfect answer. It means that I can trust this equation. Is it okay? Yeah. You can write down supply and demand equation already. Now the next question, we decide equilibrium price and quantity. Equilibrium price and quantity. Now, how can we do? How can we find equilibrium? Ủi Đắc Dương. Đắc Dương. Đắc Dương absent here. Đinh Tùng Dương. Tùng Dương. Tùng Dương absent as well. Nguyễn Thùy Dương. Nguyễn Thùy Dương. Yes, Thùy Dương. Đúng không? How to find out equilibrium? Very good. We set supply and demand equal. Now, what do we mean? Yeah. Minus 3 plus 2p equal 27 minus p. PE and get QE. Seventeen minus 10. When you have the price equal 10, just bring back into supply or demand. QE equal 17. Yes, 17. Thanks, Dương. You agree about the price and the quantity here? Yes, good. Now, from equation, we can find out, or even someone see. Someone see from the table, you can easily find out PE and QE equal 10 and 17 as well. But then the key points here, if we work from equation, we set supply equal demand like this. Okay, question A and B, we done. Now question C, can you decide the actual quantity traded when the market price equal 8.5? Can I erase all the writing here? Yeah. Define the actual quantity trading at the market price of 8.5. Now, how can we say for 8.5? Is it higher than or lower than equilibrium price of 10? Lower, very good. What happened? Up P equal 8.5. smaller than equilibrium price 10. What happened in the market? What happened? Shortage exists. Sorry for the writing. Okay. Shortage exists. We know that now in the case of shortage, which one should be actual quantity trading? QS or QD? Lower than equilibrium price, the quantity supply smaller than quantity demanded, the actual quantity trading is QS only. Now, how to? You need to present both QS and QD here and pick up QS as the actual quantity trading. How can you calculate QS here? Very good. You bring P or plug P equal 8.5 into supply equation. Both have for supply equation. QS equal. Now can you remind me supply equation? 3 plus 2P. Is it correct? Now can you remind me, is it QS equal 3 plus 2P? Minus 3 plus 2P. Now, so you plug 8.5 here for PB. What do you have for QS? What do you have? $14. QD 27 minus P 8.5 equals what? 18.5. Now decide the actual quantity trading. Which one? QS or QD? QS. Only at QS equal 14. Okay, only at QS equal 14. This is the answer. Is it clear? Yeah. Now the final question. When the price equal 11.5, someone say here, 11.5. What happened? How much QS and QD? How to calculate the amount of surplus or shortage? 11.5 now. 11.5. What happened in the market? Mai Trường Giang. Mai Trường Giang. Absent? Trường Giang. Lê Vũ Minh Hà. Oh, Minh Hà get. What happened? Good. Surplus is this. Very good. Now, next point, you need to find out QS and QD. QS equal minus 3 plus 2 multiplied by P 11.5. What do you have? QS 90. Can anyone help to say? 20. 20 here. Okay. QD? 60. 50. 15.5. Am I correct here to write down the number? Yeah. Now, the amount of surplus yeah? Oh, 15.5. Equal 4.5 units. Thanks, good. Now, students, you agree with 4.5 as the amount of surplus here? Yes. Good. This is how we work with supply and demand. Is it easy? Yeah. Okay, easy. So this is the typical questions I can ask you for chapter 2. Next week we do the midterm test. We can do more than the twice here. Let's see what we can finish today, and then I can decide that what we need to do for the midterm test. Okay? It should cover from beginning point until the point that we can finish today. Okay, yeah, thank you. Now you can take around 10 minutes break. 10 minutes break. We come up here at 9. 10 past 9. Okay?
这个。
chưa tới cái sàn phí chỗ cắm
tạo ở đây.
hả?
Chính là mày đừng bật đi ra.
Đây cũng rồi.
Linh cho mày. Nào. Đừng có đi học với cô yếu đâu.
Lại. Chỉnh hai photo nữa.
Không, nó cắm hai đấy, cắm được đấy.
Nó đặt ở chuỗi. Nó đấy, cái chân hơi chuỗi. Rồi các bạn. Cái chân ông bị chuỗi quá, thẳng ra. Không. Chỉnh này sợ gãy cơ.
Thích con nào chứ.
Mày đấy. Con này biết cơm á?
Tao biết.
Từ mail tới ra gửi không?
To.
Con này nó
Thì bạn ơi, chú tới sạc. Tới sạc đấy.
xem
Nó biết đâu được. Không biết đâu. Không phải, tao đến hết chỗ hết mẹ chỗ có sạc rồi. Không đến đâu, không đến hết.
Thành cũ tệ.
Như vậy à? Kiểm lại điểm danh mà. Không, cái level đấy chỉ đặt trên mạng thôi.
Hello student, get back to your seats. We continue. Now we move into the new chapter. And don't forget that today we finished at 12. Okay? Many things to do. Now, chapter 3, chapter 2 for supply and demand, we done already. Chapter 3, cost of production. And we have one more chapter for microeconomics. This is about market structure. So, pressure on me because we just have only this and next week lecture to finish up. Besides these two, we need to have some short chapters about macroeconomics as well. So I try to have all the points provided to you all. We try to analyze cost in production in this chapter. Now get the name of the chapter and we start. To start, we need to understand production. What is that production? It means an activity of a firm. Production, this is the transformation of inputs into outputs. We transform inputs into outputs. We under a production process. Now can you revise when we say inputs to produce? What are they? To produce a good or service, we need to use labor, materials, capital. Very good. So inputs here we mean K for capital, L for labor, and M for materials. We combine KLM. KLM. Inputs. The outputs we mean goods and services or tangible and intangible goods. So any process which combine KLM to produce goods and services, we mean a production. Okay? One of the notes here, we say KLM, but normally in study we just put M into K. Why? If we say three of them, it's hard that we want to illustrate on the graph. We need three axes. But if we put M into K, from now on, we just say capital and labor are the two main inputs in production. So if we want to illustrate the change, we just put K and L at the two axes. It means this is exactly like P and Q. Okay, price and quantity you put at vertical and horizontal axis. Okay, so I can say that capital labor are the main inputs that we use normally. Finish this. Done already? Yeah? Now the next slides. We need to distinguish between two kinds of production. Short-run production and long-run production. The first, short-run. Short-run production, this is the production process in which at least one factor of production is fixed. Another factor can vary. At least one's unchanged, the other one can change. Okay? So we have two capital labels, and normally in short run, capital, machine, fixed, number of employee changes. Now silence. Okay, at least one factor is fixed, the other factor can change. So the first case here I'm showing that K is fixed. It means that L change. The opposite, if we have K change and L is fixed, can we call short run? If we have the number of employees fixed, number of capital changing, is it short run? Yes. Now another scenario, if we have both capital and employees are fixed, can we call short run? Can we call short run here? Now, at least one, it means two are possible. Okay? No change in capital label, it also means short run. We hiring no more employee, we buying no more machine. It means that we operate in short run. You understand? Yeah, make sure that you know really well about the definition of short run. Now, the opposite of short run, this is long run production. Long run production. This is the production process in which all the factors of production can vary. The production process in which all the factors of production can vary. It means that both capital level change here. We hiring more employee along with buying more machine. Okay, or we can decrease the number of employee, increasing the number of capital. It depends on. But then, in this scenario, we have both capital level change. Now, question: how can we distinguish between short run and long run? Some students say, okay, short run it means produce in the short time. Long run, it means produce in the long time. Is it correct to say it that way? Short run, it means short time to produce. Long run, it means long time to produce. Is it the correct way to understand? No. We're not depending on time duration to say short or long run production. Here, we depend on the degree of flexibility that the firm has in changing the inputs. Okay? How can the firm change the inputs? It decides short run or long run, not the time the firm produce.
Không làm được. Bao giờ nổ máy? Bình 19 đến 21. Hôm nay nổ.
Now, let's take example. Assume that we have a family-run coffee shop. Okay, coffee shop. So we see that in the summertime, the demand for coffee increases. It means that there are a lot of consumers. Okay, they buy the products, they buy coffee in summertime rather than in winter time. Because in coffee shop we can sell not only coffee but many other drinks, kinds of drinks. Okay, so we tend to we target that in 2 weeks' time, we hiring more employees than we buying more table and chairs for the shop. 2 weeks time here, is it called short time? Is it called short run or long run production? Long run or short run? Short or long? Only 2 weeks, but if we can increase both capital labor, we call long run production for the shop. Okay, now another example, if you read about the history of Vietnam Airlines, from 1976 to 1995, Vietnam Airlines, they hired a lot of people working for the firm. Okay, they increase the number of the crews, the number of the people serving. But then, Vietnam Airlines just keep the capital, the number of aircraft that the firm owned at only 1. The firm owned only 1 aircraft over the long periods. They own only 1. Now, how can we say about a long time to produce a Vietnam Airlines here? When the firm hiring more employees but keep the same capital at 1, we say short run. So it means that it doesn't depend on time duration, but it depends on how the firm trains the input, that we can say short run or long run. You understand my point? Yeah, okay. For this subject, we use the flexibility firm can change in input to say short or long. Good? Now, what we focus here? We only focus on short run production. Limited time. Okay, we only focus on short run production. So if we focus on short run production, it means that we only focus on short run cost of production. Now, the theory on cost of production, only the short run cost presented here. Short run cost. But actually, many for you to explore. We have some groups here. The first group, this is fixed cost variable cost, and the total cost in production. Now get the name. Fixed cost, variable cost, total cost. Then we do one by one. The first one is fixed cost, which we denote by FC. FC. In the test, if I just say FC, you understand fixed cost. The name can suggest what is it, what it is. Okay? The cost that cannot change. The cost that cannot change as the output changes. It means that cost doesn't depend on outputs. When Q equals 0, when we don't produce, when Q increases or Q decreases, FC constant, fixed cost, doesn't change when Q change. An example, salary. Now, if we pay salary not depending on Q, I agree, this is fixed cost. But if the salary depending on Q, it means that if they can produce more Q, we pay higher. Less Q, pay less. We don't say this is fixed cost. Understand? Yeah. Now, I can take some other example. If the firm buy insurance company, they don't care about the quantity firm produce. They just expect that in a year, for example, firm pay an amount of money, not depending on Q. The same here for bank loan. If firm borrows some money from the bank, they need to pay interest. Okay, so interest here, pay as agreed between bank and firms. And the bank, they don't care much what quantity the firm producing. Okay, so this is example of fixed cost in production. Now, if we need to make a graph, the diagram, to show fixed cost, guess what is it? Normally when we say cost, we put C, cost at vertical, and then the quantity at horizontal. How can you illustrate fixed cost here? Not depending on Q, so it should be how to illustrate the curves that are not depending on Q? Very good. It is horizontal line. Well done. We can write fixed cost here. It is parallel to horizontal axis, or we just say FC is horizontal. Okay? FC. easy to understand that C. Finished? Yeah. Now the second one, we say VC. VC, variable cost. Variable cost. Variable, it means changing. The cost that change as the output change. The cost change as the output change. Now silence. Quite easy to say examples here. For example, which one depends on the output? Now, when Q equals 0, it means that VC equals 0. Don't produce, no VC. When Q increases, VC increases. Produce more, pay higher VC. Produce less, pay less VC. What is example? Very good, materials. If the firm produce more, firm need to buy more materials. It means cost paid to the money paid to materials is variable cost. Or if you pay wages to employee, depending on the number of products Q they can produce, it means variable cost as well. Now, how can we make VC? How can we make VC? My question? What is the starting point of VC? Where can VC start? If Q equals 0, VC equals 0. VC starts at origin. Very good, start at origin. Now VC upward sloping or downward sloping? Q increase, VC increase. Q decrease, VC decrease. Upward or downward? Upward or downward? Upward. Start at origin, upward sloping. But then be careful to make VC. The slope of VC changes. Now I show you what is the form of VC. I show you the graph and then I explain. This is the hardest point in the cost of production chapter. Okay, this point is the hardest one. Follow here. You write down first. VC start at 0 on origin and has changing upward slope. Not only upward sloping, but the slope changing. How it change? Now, increasing output, increase VC. It means that upward sloping. Now, how it change? The input of production obeys the law of diminishing marginal returns. This is totally new to you, and then I explain. You write down first, I explain. VC start at 0 has changing upward slopes. As increasing output increases VC, and input of production obeys the law of diminishing marginal returns. I explain later. Okay, write down first. Nào trật tự. Đây là phần khó nhất trong chương này. Tại sao nó khó với mình? Bởi vì mình đang học một chương rất là ngắn gọn từ một chương dài production. Đúng không ạ? Phần này cô phải giải thích bằng tiếng Việt vì cô biết rằng tiếng Anh sẽ chỉ có một phần nhỏ các em hiểu được thôi. Cô sẽ giải thích luôn bằng tiếng Việt và sau đó cô nói lại một lượt bằng tiếng Anh. Ở đây có một quy luật được nhắc đến trong sản xuất và cụ thể ở đây là sản xuất trong ngắn hạn. The law of diminishing marginal return. Đây là quy luật sản phẩm cận biên giảm dần. Đó, ngay tiếng Việt cũng thấy khó. Sản phẩm cận biên giảm dần. Cận biên đó chính là chữ marginal returns. Sản phẩm cận biên giảm dần. Chữ biên này học rồi đấy. Đã học về MBMC nhớ không? Marginal cost và marginal benefits. Nhớ hai chữ này không? Thế khi học về MBMC thì cô nói marginal có nghĩa là gì? Tăng thêm. Đúng rồi, có nghĩa là tăng thêm. Thế trong sản xuất mình có quy luật sản phẩm cận biên giảm dần. Tức là sao? Nào, giải thích. Trong sản xuất lúc nãy mình nói rằng để đơn giản hóa trong nghiên cứu thì quá trình sản xuất sẽ gồm mấy yếu tố đầu vào? 2. Nào, thông thường là 3 KLM. Tuy nhiên mình sẽ đơn giản hóa bằng việc gộp M vào trong K. Tức là khi mình nói đến 4K thì nó đã bao hàm cả materials, cả nguyên nhiên vật liệu trong đó rồi. Tại sao cần đơn giản hóa? Bởi vì nếu chỉ có KL thôi thì dễ dàng để trên hai hệ trục. Còn nếu như có thêm M nữa thì đây sẽ là một hệ trục với 3 trục tọa độ cơ, nó sẽ phức tạp hơn nhiều, đúng không? Nào, thế mình quan tâm rằng trong quá trình sản xuất có hai yếu tố đầu vào là K và L. Bây giờ như sau. Đang giải thích bằng tiếng Việt đấy, tức là phần này không phải dễ đâu, nhưng phải hiểu. Trật tự nhá, một số bạn vẫn đang nói chuyện. Mình sẽ có bản chất của quá trình sản xuất ngắn hạn là short run production. It means that at least one factor of production unchanged, constant, the other can change. Ok? Sản xuất trong ngắn hạn sẽ là quá trình sản xuất trong đó có ít nhất một yếu tố đầu vào cố định. At least one fixed. Thế thông thường trong sản xuất ngắn hạn giữa K và L yếu tố nào được giữ cố định? K, đúng rồi. Thông thường là 4K được giữ cố định, còn lao động thì thay đổi. Tức là mình giữ nguyên quy mô nhà xưởng máy móc thiết bị và mình thuê thêm nhân công hoặc giảm được nhân công. Vì sao? Vì so với máy móc thiết bị thì nhân công có tính linh hoạt hơn, con người thì linh hoạt hơn máy móc thiết bị. Được chưa? Thông thường là như thế. Những ví dụ khác vẫn đúng, tức là nếu như số máy móc thì thay đổi còn lượng lao động giữ nguyên. Ok, đúng rồi. Hoặc là cả hai thứ cùng cố định, đúng không ạ? Chẳng có gì thay đổi cả thì đây cũng là short run production, lúc nãy cô hỏi rồi, đúng không? Thế ví dụ như thế này, cô có một bảng số, trong này sẽ có LK và Q. Nhìn từ bảng số này nói cho cô xem đây là short run hay long run. Long run hay short run? Sao biết short run? Đúng rồi, vì số 4K được giữ cố định ở 5 đơn vị và chỉ có lao động thay đổi thôi. Đây là minh họa của quá trình sản xuất trong ngắn hạn. Thế nếu như cô cho Q tương ứng rồi thì ở đây nó sẽ xuất hiện một khái niệm mà lúc nãy cô viết ra đó. Đây chính là khái niệm sản phẩm cận biên. Sản phẩm cận biên. Lúc nãy cô vừa hỏi cận biên là gì? Mình nhớ rằng cận biên là tăng thêm. Vì lao động thay đổi, tương ứng ở đây mình sẽ tìm được sản phẩm cận biên của lao động. Công thức tính thế nào? Nó sẽ bằng sự thay đổi trong tổng sản phẩm Q chia cho sự thay đổi trong lượng đầu vào lao động L. Đúng không? Tức là nếu như hãng này thuê thêm một người lao động thì người lao động này sản xuất thêm được bao nhiêu đơn vị sản phẩm? Nghe kịp không? Đây là MPL. Và vừa có một quy luật the law of diminishing marginal returns, tức là quy luật đó nói rằng MPL sẽ có xu hướng giảm dần trong sản xuất ngắn hạn. Cả phần này là phần mình cắt không học nhưng mình phải hiểu được vì nó ảnh hưởng đến hình dạng của đường VC variable cost mà cô đang để ở đây. Đây chính là phần cô giải thích thêm bằng tiếng Việt ở bên ngoài, vì phần này khá là khó. Được chưa? Nào, thế bây giờ ốp công thức vào đây nhá, thử tính nhanh cho cô MPL. Tức là số đơn vị sản phẩm tăng thêm mà hãng có được khi hãng thuê thêm nhân công. Không có nhân công, không có sản phẩm, không tính được MPL. Nào, nếu bây giờ thuê thêm một người nhân công, số lượng nhân công là 1, thì người này mang thêm bao nhiêu đơn vị sản phẩm cho hãng này? Đấy này. Từ 0 đến 10 tức là người này mang thêm 10 đơn vị, đúng không? Tiếp theo này, người nhân công thứ hai, nhìn cho cô xem, mang thêm bao nhiêu đơn vị? 20, đúng rồi. Tăng từ 10 lên 30 tức là người này mang thêm 20 đơn vị. Tiếp theo nữa là 30 rồi đến 20 đến 10 vân vân. Ok, cô sẽ có các con số này ở đây. Thế nhìn vào MPL nói cho cô xu hướng của nó như thế nào? Đầu tiên MPL có xu hướng gì? Tăng, đúng rồi. Sau đó MPL giảm. Và mình nhìn thấy trong ví dụ bằng số của cô MPL thậm chí bằng 0 và MPL có thể âm. Điều này nghĩa là gì? Nghĩa là nếu như hãng tăng thuê lao động thì ban đầu sản phẩm cận biên của lao động có xu hướng tăng lên. Nhưng điều này không xảy ra mãi. Điều này sẽ chỉ xảy ra ở đến một số lượng lao động nhất định thôi. Kể từ sau lượng lao động này, nếu như cứ tiếp tục tăng thuê lao động, mệt quá cơ, vẫn còn những người không nghe về giúp cô nhá. Nếu như vẫn tiếp tục tăng thuê lao động nhưng mà không tăng quy mô vốn, ca giữ nguyên, đây là quá trình sản xuất ngắn hạn. Nếu tăng quy mô lao động mà không thay đổi quy mô vốn thì MPL phía sau này lại có xu hướng giảm dần. Vì sao lại như thế? Vì sao ban đầu MPL tăng? Nào, tưởng tượng nếu như đây là câu chuyện của một xưởng may, đúng không ạ? Trong đó số lượng máy may được giữ ở 5 chiếc, trong khi số lượng lao động tăng từ 1, 2, 3. Thế thì thoạt đầu nếu chỉ có một người lao động trong xưởng may này, người này phải làm tất cả các công việc từ xử lý vải đến cắt, đến may, đến hoàn thiện. Tuy nhiên nếu có người thứ hai hoặc người thứ ba, giữa những người này ngay lập tức sẽ có, họ sẽ làm gì ạ? Phân công lao động, rất chính xác. Phân công chuyên môn hóa lao động theo cách là giữa ba người chúng ta mình sẽ luôn tìm ra ai là người giỏi cắt nhất, ai là người giỏi may nhất, ai là người giỏi hoàn thiện nhất. Mình sẽ phân ra mỗi người một khâu. Nếu như mình có phân công hóa lao động thì mình sẽ luôn khiến năng suất lao động tăng lên. Bởi vì chúng ta rất là giỏi khâu đó và mình đã làm rất quen rồi, mình sẽ tiết kiệm được thời gian của chi phí. Đúng không ạ? Do đó đầu tiên MPL có xu hướng tăng. Phần này cũng là phần không ghi nhưng mà mình phải nhớ, vì lát nữa mình vẽ VC ban đầu nó sẽ theo phần tăng lên của MPL. Được chưa? Nhưng nó chỉ tăng ở một giới hạn nhất định thôi, sau đó MPL bắt đầu giảm. Thế vì sao MPL giảm ở đây? Đúng rồi, vì quy mô lao động ngày càng nhiều so với quy mô vốn. Nếu như máy may chỉ được giữ cố định ở 5 chiếc nhưng lao động lên đến 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, tức là ở đây sẽ có những người lao động được thuê vào mà không có máy may. Đúng không? Vậy thì nếu như cứ tiếp tục tăng L mà giữ nguyên K thì nó sẽ dẫn tới sự kết hợp ngày càng bất hợp lý giữa K và L. Nói rằng improper combination between couple label. Improper combination. Nào, ở đây có sự kết hợp ngày càng bất hợp lý giữa K và L. Tức là tôi cứ chỉ thuê lao động mà chẳng tăng thêm quy mô vốn gì cả. Vậy thì sự kết hợp này ngày càng trở nên bất hợp lý. Đúng không ạ? Vì sự kết hợp bất hợp lý này do đó nó kéo MPL xuống. Sẽ có những người vào đây không có máy may để làm việc, đúng không ạ? Họ phải làm chung với người khác. Hoặc thậm chí là nếu như có 10 người mà 5 máy may thôi, sẽ có những người đứng chơi, chẳng làm gì cả. Những người đứng chơi và nói chuyện thì sao? Họ sẽ làm giảm năng suất của cả xưởng này xuống. Mình đang nhìn thấy sản phẩm cận biên của những người này âm, tức là họ kéo quy tổng xuống. Bạn hiểu ý không? Vậy trong trường hợp này em nhớ cho cô nhé. The law of diminishing marginal returns in short run production always happen. It starts from the improper combination between kernel in short run. Ok? Trong quá trình sản xuất ngắn hạn luôn xuất hiện quy luật này, đúng không ạ? Nhưng nhớ rằng quy luật này thực ra là có hai phần đấy. Cái phần mà MPL tăng lên không ghi trong quy luật đó, nhưng mình vẫn phải nhớ là nó có xảy ra. Còn cái phần mà MPL giảm dần là mình khái quát hóa nó lên, đúng không ạ? Nếu mình cứ tiếp tục tăng L và không tăng K thì giá trị của MPL sẽ luôn có xu hướng giảm dần. Bạn hiểu được không? Ok nhá, cái này là cái mình không được học và nó lại liên quan trực tiếp đến phần chi phí mình vẽ. Quan trọng lắm, nên là cô phải giải thích để hiểu phần đó. Now, we come back to the point of how to make VC. VC here, it relies on the law of diminishing marginal returns in short run production. This is how can we make VC. No one making it at the moment. Now see here, I show you the way. VC first starts at origin. Can you see origin here? Can you see origin? Yeah. VC upward sloping with changing slope. Changing slope. How it change? First, VC is flatter. VC first, flatter. Flats. What do we mean for flats? It means that if you want to increase the same quantity output, we need to pay less and less VC. Okay? This is shown by the flat part of VC. If you increase the same quantity output, you need to pay less and less VC. But then, after that, because the law of diminishing marginal returns happened, so VC changed into increasing slope. Increasing slope. So we have another part of VC that changed from here. Still upward sloping, but with increasing slope. It means that later VC gets steeper and steeper. VC first flats and then changing into steep upward sloping curve. Okay? Because the first part of VC, it means that when MPL increases, If MPL increases, it means that to produce the same increase in quantity, we need to have less employee. The steep part of VC, this is because MPL decreases. Okay? Hiểu được không? Ở đây VC nhé, variable cost, chi phí biến đổi xuất phát từ đâu? Xuất phát từ đâu? Từ đâu nhỉ? Origin là gì? Gốc tọa độ, đúng không? Xuất phát từ gốc tọa độ, dốc lên với độ dốc thay đổi. Ban đầu VC flat là gì nhỉ? Ban đầu VC thoải, sau đó VC dốc hơn. Ban đầu thoải là sao? Tức là nó dốc lên nhưng độ dốc của nó giảm dần. Tức là thế nào? Những người nhân công đầu tiên, người thứ nhất may thêm 10 bộ quần áo, người thứ hai may thêm 20 bộ quần áo, người thứ ba may thêm 30 bộ. Tức là sao? MPL của mỗi người này đang tăng lên. Điều này có nghĩa rằng để may thêm 10 bộ quần áo chẳng hạn thế thì tôi cần thuê ngày càng ít hơn lượng nhân công. Đúng không? Nếu như tôi muốn rằng delta Q bằng 10 thì tôi cần ngày càng ít hơn lượng nhân công thuê mướn là yếu tố đầu vào. Thế nếu tôi thuê ngày càng ít nhân công, tức là tôi tiết kiệm được chi phí trong sản xuất, VC sẽ tăng lên nhưng với tốc độ chậm dần. nếu như delta Q là giống nhau. Em hình dung được không? Nhưng nó sẽ chỉ tăng đến một giới hạn nhất định thôi. Kể từ sau giới hạn này, nếu như MPL bắt đầu giảm dần, MPL giảm dần tức là bây giờ tôi vẫn muốn tăng thêm 10 bộ quần áo, nhưng số lượng nhân công vì có MPL giảm dần nên tôi phải thuê ngày càng nhiều nhân công hơn. Trước đây 10 bộ quần áo tôi chỉ cần thuê thêm một nhân công thôi, nhưng vì MPL của nhân công ngày càng giảm, bây giờ vẫn là delta Q bằng 10 nhưng mà tôi phải thuê đến 2 nhân công cơ. Điều này có nghĩa rằng khi MPL giảm thì tôi phải bỏ thêm nhiều chi phí cho việc thuê nhân công. Đúng không? Khi đó mình sẽ có chi phí biến đổi, nó sẽ tăng lên với tốc độ ngày càng tăng. Tức là đường VC sẽ trở nên ngày càng dốc. Đây, mình có thể nhìn trên hình của cô, delta Q là giống nhau nhưng mà VC ở đây nó ngày càng tăng lên. Được không ạ? Thế thì phần VC ngày càng thoải hoặc VC ngày càng dốc chính là nó tương ứng với phần MPL đang tăng dần hay MPL đang giảm dần nhá. Và nhắc lại là MPL giảm thì tức là hãng có lợi. Đúng không? Nếu như người ta sản xuất với lượng sản phẩm ngày càng tăng thì tức là tôi tiết kiệm được chi phí, còn ngược lại thì tôi mất nhiều chi phí hơn. Và cách mà mình vẽ VC nó sẽ ảnh hưởng đến rất nhiều loại chi phí phía sau. Phải hiểu được chỗ này đã thì phía sau này mới hiểu được. Và phần này khó nhất trong chương này. Được không cả lớp? Okay. Now once again, upward sloping, changing slope. Okay, flat and steep VC, depending on the margin of products of input that we mentioned here. Is it good for the point of VC? Is it clear? Any questions? Is it hard? Maybe. Yeah, okay. This is VC. Now TC. Total cost. TC. Total, simple to do. We take the sum of fixed and variable cost. We take the sum of fixed and variable cost. TC equals FC plus VC. How to make TC on the graph? TC has upward slopes. Now, upward slopes can be formed by vertical summation of FC and VC. TC curve, upward slopes, formed by vertical summation of FC and VC. Hello, someone at the back. Now I show you on the graph, how can you make TC? Okay, how can you make TC? finish writing? Yeah, okay. Now focus on my graph. Question. What is the starting point of TC? What is the starting point of TC? What is the minimum value of TC? Very good. When Q equals 0. Now, when Q equals 0, we have VC equal what? VC 0. But still, we have FC constant. So the starting point of TC is that from FC? Now, there are numerous points on FC. What point on FC that TC starts? When Q equals 0, it means that when FC curve cuts vertical axis. This is the starting point of TC. Now, can you see the red point that I highlighted here? This is the starting point of TC. When Q equals 0, VC 0, but we have FC. Agree? Yeah. To make a curve, we need to have some points. I take another quantity. For example, at the quantity Q1. Follow me. No making the graph. Follow first. Understand? Have time to make it. Q1. When the quantity equals Q1, you bring Q1 into VC. You decide corresponding VC1. This is VC1. Can you see? Yeah? Bring Q1 into FC. Bring Q1 into FC. This is FC. How can you illustrate TC1? TC1 equals VC1 plus FC. Very good. So if we have FC here, you just add up VC1 more on FC. This is what I mean VC1. This is FC. So I can have TC1. Do you agree? Yeah. At the same quantity Q1, I'm finding FC, finding VC1, and I add up them together at the same quantity Q1. I can know TC1. So I have another point to make TC. Another point. Is it clear? Now, work with Q2. How can we say? Q2? We have Q2 into FC, this is FC. Q2 into VC, this is VC2. How to present TC2? Add what? More or what? If we have VC2 here, so we just add FC more on VC. This is what I mean. FC. This is VC2. And then you get TC2. You understand? Bring FC, add more on VC2. Then you can have TC2. This is what I mean whole vertical sum. Vertical summation, it means that at the same quantity, you find the corresponding cost and add them up together. vertical side. Okay, the same quantity output. Now what you have here? You have the starting point of TC and you have the other 2 points for TC. So finally you can write TC like this. Okay, you can write TC like this. Go through this point and another point. Actually you have many points. It's better to make TC. But I think that 3 points are enough to present it here for TC. Is it possible to do? Now, can you answer the question? Can you answer? Can VC and TC cross? Can VC and TC cross? Can the 2 cross? Can ever VC equal TC? If we have FC constant here, can they cross? Never. They never cross. What is the pattern of TC and VC here? They cannot cross, but if Q is large, enough, it means that FC take only very small proportion in TC. How can we say TC and VC? If FC very small in TC, it means that VC and TC, how to say? Get closer and closer. VC and TC get closer and closer when Q is large enough. It means that when FC is tiny in TC. So the values of TC and VC are approximately the same, but they never be equal. Get the point? They cannot cross, but they get closer and closer when Q very large. Okay, this is how you write TC if you know FC and VC. Okay, now can you write the graph and ask me any questions if you want me to explain more? Ask me questions. Now understand here? Do you understand here? Ở đây mình sẽ có 2 chú ý về mối quan hệ giữa TC và VC. Đầu tiên là gì ạ? TC và VC có thể cắt nhau không? Không vì sao? Không bao giờ có trường hợp TC bằng VC cả, vì ở đây mình đang có FC khác không? Đúng không? FC là hằng số. Vậy nếu như mình không thể vẽ TC và VC cắt nhau, vậy ở đây mình sẽ vẽ xu hướng của hai đường này thế nào? Hai đường này tiệm cận tức là chúng ngày càng gần nhau về mặt giá trị, nhưng chúng sẽ không bao giờ có thể bằng nhau cả. Đúng không? Thế tại sao chúng lại tiệm cận? Vì sao? Vì ở những mức sản lượng Q ngày càng lớn, khi đó mình sẽ thấy FC nó là hằng số, Với Q ngày càng lớn thì FC sẽ chiếm tỷ trọng ngày càng nhỏ dần trong TC. Đúng không? Khi đó TC nó rất là lớn rồi nhưng FC nó vẫn chỉ là một hàm số thế thôi. Nó sẽ ngày càng nhỏ trong TC. Vậy thì nếu như FC ngày càng nhỏ tức là giá trị của BC và TC lúc đó đã rất gần nhau rồi. Hiểu không ạ? Đây là lý do mình nói rằng TC, BC get closer and closer. But never cross. Can you get the points? Yeah, okay, good. This is the first group of the short run cross production. First group. So if you understand very well all the points presented here, it's easy from now on. If you illustrate the other group of course, you can easily understand. Finished with this graph? Already? Okay. Now the second group, we have the average cost. The average cost. The average, in the first group, we have 3 of them. So in the second group, we just check the average of the first group. We have the 3 followings. AFC, average fixed cost, AFC. Now, AFC equals FC divided by Q. AFC equals FC divided by Q. What's fun? Some of you don't follow me. Now once again, too many here. And if noisy, I cannot work. Guess? If we make AFC curve, how is it? FC constant. So if Q increases, AFC will FC constant. AFC decreases. If we make AFC curve, this is very good, downward sloping. AFC curve, downward sloping. And remember here, if we say average cost, vertical axis should be C over Q. C over Q for average cost. AFC downward sloping shows the inverse relationship between AFC and Q. Done? Yeah. Now the next, guess what is it? The next is ABC. Okay. Yeah. ABC. The average variable cost. ABC. When we take BC divided by Q, we have ABC. What is the shape of ABC? ABC, it is U-shape. U-shape. What do we mean by U-shape? It means that ABC first, decreasing. We can say ABC in production first. But after decreasing up to a point, after that point, ABC increasing if we increase the quantity outputs. This is U-shaped curve. Downward sloping reaches the minimum and then upward sloping. Okay, U-shape. So first, when Q increases, ABC decreases. Why ABC decreases here? It relates to the part of MPL.
Phần graphically VC
Increasing. First in production. MPL first increases. But then only up to a point. Up to a point here. After this point, MPL increasing again. This is the part of MPL ABC increasing again because of MPL decreases. So from first can say cost in production thanks to the increase of MPL. But then after that, if the firm produce more, MPL decreases. It means that the firm needs to pay higher and higher cost for ABC. That's why we say ABC is U-shaped. Can you understand? Yeah. So we come back to the point MPL increases first and then decreases to explain the U-shape of ABC. Okay. So the law of marginal returns applies here for the shape of ABC. Finished? Yeah? ATC. ATC. ATC equals TC divided by Q. TC divided by Q. It is the basic formula. If you go further, TC equal FC plus VC. We now can have equivalence. For calculating ATC, you take AFC plus ABC. So in whatever way, depends on what you have from the exercise. How to make ATC? ATC is U-shape. ATC U-shape. Formed by vertical summation of AFC and ABC. If you know AFC, ABC, just take at vertical summation. You can have ATC. U-shape, vertical summation of AFC and ABC. Now I show you on the graph how to make ATC. Done? Now, can you say again, AFC? What is the shape of AFC? How to make AFC? Double sloping, very good. How to make ABC? U-shape. How can we form ATC? If we have AFC, ABC given, we want to form a U-shaped curve, we need to find out at least 3 different quantities. Now, the first one quantity equal Q1. You bring Q1 into ABC. You decide this is ABC. Q1 into AFC, this is AFC. AFC1. Okay? How to show ATC1? How? Add what or what? AFC1 here, you add ABC1 more on AFC1. This is ATC1. You agree? Yeah? I take another 2 quantities at Q2. Q2 here, this is the cutting point between ABC, AFC. I just double the range. I can have ATC2 because here this is one AFC equal ABC. ATC2 here. Now, at the quantity Q3, AFC is small here, ABC is large. I bring the small AFC, add more on ABC, then I can have ATC. So through the 3 points, we can make ATC is a U-shaped curve. U-shape. Vertical summation of AFC, ABC. Okay? You done here? Yeah. Now, the first kind of cost insurance production. Okay? Marginal cost, MC. Marginal cost. So I think that we know marginal cost before. This is when I explain how to make decisions in economics. We compare MB and C. But now we focus MC here more as the counter cost. Always remember marginal, it means additional. This is additional cost that don't need to pay when firm produce more. Produce more good, need to pay more cost. This is MC cost. Additional cost incurred from producing one extra unit of outputs. Producing more outputs, pay more MC. And you calculate it by the change in TC divided by the change in outputs. The change in TC divided by the change in outputs. MC equals the change in TC divided by the change in Q. Now, if TC function is the continuous, if TC is a continuous, we just take TC prime of Q. TC prime of Q. Take derivative of TC with respect to Q. We can know MC. Now another way. If you write down TC equals FC plus BC. Question. FC prime of Q equals what? 0. Why? Because FC is constant, not depending on Q. So left here we just have BC. So it means that TC prime of Q equals BC prime of Q. What do we mean? We mean that there are two ways that we can calculate MC. You take TC comma Q or VC comma Q. Okay? You take this or this. You have MC. So it depends on what you have. Now my question. The antiderivative of MC is VC or TC. We know that TC or VC, we take the derivative, we have MC. So if we need to know the antiderivative of MC, what it should be? VC, TC. Which one? What? VC. It is VC only. If you have VC here, you need to have information on FC that you can know TC. Okay? So taking the antiderivative of MC, you only know VC. Remember, in exercise I can ask you, I give you only MC and FC. So from MC, you can write down VC function and add that with FC, you can know TC. Okay? Yeah, remember the way we do. You need to apply in exercise. Good? Now, what is the shape of MC? The shape of MC. Shall I move? Yeah? MC is U-shape. It's U-shape. Now, MC curve is U-shape. Again, we have the U-shaped curve. Intersects ABC, ATC at the minimum points of both curves. MC curve is U-shaped, intersects ABC, ATC at the minimum point of both ABC, ATC. And you need to make totally new graph. Don't come back to the recent graph to add MC more. Now we need to show ABC, ATC, and C on this new graph. Okay? Ready? Yeah. Okay, here we go. I'm showing you the graph for ATC, AVC, and MC. Here we go. Now, make a totally new graph. A, B, C, and ATC, they are both U-shaped. U-shaped. A, B, C, ATC. MC U-shaped as well. U-shaped as well. Cuts A, B, C, ATC at the two minimum points of A, B, C, ATC. Okay, A, B, C minimum, ATC minimum. Mark Q, he has the way to prove why. Okay, you can have a look at the textbook, but here, at least you remember that MC cuts A, B, C, ATC at the two minimum points of the two curves. Now, down here, yeah, this is all the kinds of costs in short-run production. Now, one more point, the ending point for this chapter before we do exercise. This is about profits. Very short point and easy point for profit here. And then we analyze how the firm can do, depending on the cost and on the revenue they have. How to calculate the profits? Profit here, this is the difference between total revenue and total cost. And I think that all of you remember very well. If you have TI and TC, just take the difference between them. We have the profit. I introduced in the supply parts. This is the basic formula to calculate profits. Now, in the next chapter, we can go further. So I presented here as well another way to calculate profits. TR, total revenue, it means you take the price times the quantity. The price selling the product times the quantity selling. You have TR. How to calculate TC? If you know ATC, you know Q, you multiply the two. From here, what can we do? We can put Q outside, inside the brackets. We have P minus ATC. P minus ATC. It means that if you want to calculate the profit here, you just take the quantity selling Q. You multiply by the difference between the price and your average total cost. We also can know profits. Okay? So remember there are two ways, two equivalent ways that we can calculate profits. We'll apply in exercise later. Now, in chapter 1, we say that normally firm tends to maximize profits in doing business. So if the firm wants to follow the target of profit maximization, how the firm can do? This is the next point that we need to write down, and very important here. Done with this slide? Yeah? Okay? We need to know something more before I can introduce the point of profit maximization. We have a formula. The average revenue, AR. The average, it means that we take the total revenue divided by Q. Okay, later you can calculate AR. AR equal TR divided by Q. How to calculate TR? Now go further here. How can you calculate TR? Total revenue equals P times Q. Then you divide it by Q. It means that AR means price. Okay? The average revenue means the price of the firm. If you want to go further. The next, marginal revenue. Marginal revenue. Don't forget that marginal, it means additional. Additional revenue that the firm gain when firm selling more outputs. Now, be patient. The change in TR divided by the change in Q. If the firm selling one more outputs, firm can gain more of revenue. MR equal the change in TR over the change in Q. If TR function is the continuous, we take TR prime of Q. TR prime of Q. So remember MR here, okay? Equal TR prime of Q. This is enough that we now can come up to the point how the firm maximize profits. Now, how the firm maximize profits? Profit maximization. How? Hello students, I know that you are tired. I am too. We try. Because we need to finish. No other way. Okay? We follow mathematical approach here. You want to find out the maximum of profit function. Now, how can we do in mathematics? If you want to find out the maximum of a function, how can you do? We take the derivative and set it equals 0. So pi profit from of Q equals 0. How to calculate profit here? Profit equals pi equals what? Yes, TR minus TC comma Q. So it means that we take TR comma Q minus TC comma Q here. We take TR comma Q minus TC comma Q. TR comma Q equals what? TR comma Q. Now, before, just few minutes ago. Very good. It means MR. TC comma Q. What is it? TC comma Q? What's the name? Very good. Marginal cost. What do we mean here? We mean MR minus MC equals 0 or MR equal MC. MR equal MC. To maximize profits from produced at the quantity Q star, attribute the marginal revenue from selling Q star exactly equals the marginal cost to produce Q star. Now, okay, from produced at the quantity Q star, attribute the marginal revenue equals the marginal cost. This is the condition to maximize profits. Okay. Now next, if the firm tries to maximize the total revenue. Now, why the firm maximize revenue? For example, when the firm first launched the product into the market, they cannot target to profits at the early stage. They need to inform the consumer that they have the new products. They enhance the total revenue selling first. So when the firm tries to maximize total revenue, how it differs from profit maximization? They want to achieve maximum of TR. How can they do? It means that TR comma Q equals 0 or TR comma Q, what is it? MR equals 0. If the firm tries to maximize total revenue it produces at the quantity Q2 star, attribute the marginal revenue from selling the quantity Q2 star equals 0. It means that firm are at the maximum TR. Okay, the maximum TR. This is the ending point of the chapter about cost of production. Now we have one exercise to do. One exercise. I hope that you have enough patience today because the longer lectures. I know you are tired. Maybe some of you fed up with the lesson, but still, I hope that you have the patience, enough patience to finish. Now the exercise, all of you write down on your notebook. We have the demand and cost function given by this. P equals 1 minus 0.4 Q. TC 0.6 Q squared plus 4Q plus 5. Questions for you. You determine quantity, price, and profit in the following cases. The first one, firm target to maximize profits. The second, firm target to maximize revenue. And then firm target to gain as much revenue as possible, given the profit equal 10. Profit equal 10. Finishing up this one, you can take a short break. Okay? After finishing this. Next week we do the midterm test. Don't forget that. Okay. This is the closed book midterm test. You write down, explain, make a graph, everything you do on papers. No materials. No phones. So just follow here. Whenever I give examples of exercises, it means you need to do. Know how to do and do very well. Okay? Done with the writing. Now the first question. The firm maximize profits. What is the condition to maximize profit of the firm? When? Very good. MR equal MC. The question is, from what given here, you should know MR and MC function. MR and MC function. To know MR, don't forget that it equals TR prime Q. To know MC, it equals TC prime Q. So TC given, just take the derivative of TC, you can know MC. Easy. But then for MR, you should form TR first, and then you take the derivative. You agree? Yeah? Now, from, how can you form TR? Remember here we have demand equation from P equal 12 minus 0.4 Q. TR equals what? TR? Total revenue equals P times Q is it good? P times Q. Okay. Now what do you have? What do you have? 12Q minus 0.4 Q squared. This is the total revenue. From this TR, hence MR equal TR prime Q. What? 12 minus 0.8Q. MR equal 12 minus 0.8Q. Next, you should know MC. From TC equal 0.6 Q squared plus 4Q plus 5. MC, TC prime of Q. What do you have? Huh? 1.2 Q plus 4. Okay, plus 4. For maximum profits, X and R equal MC. Now, MR equal MC. 12 minus 0.8Q equal 1.2Q plus 4. Can you find out Q star, the quantity to maximize profit of the firm? Q star? 4, The firm should produce at 4 units. Now, you need to decide price. P star. How can you know P star? We bring Q star into demand equation. P star equal 12 minus 0.4 multiplied by 4 equal 10.5? Oh, 10.4. 10.4. Is it clear? Yeah? If you have P and Q, don't forget that we should calculate profit pi. Profit, we should know TR and TC. Now, the next step, we calculate TR. Therefore, TR equal P star times Q star. 10.4 multiplied by 4. What do you get? 41.6. Thank you. 41.6. TC. Now you bring Q star into TC. 0.6 multiplied by 4 squared plus 4Q. Okay, 4 multiplied by 4 plus 5. Okay, plus 5. Now, can you give me the number? What you have here? 13.6. Thank you. Now, the maximum profit of the firm. The maximum profit, you take TR minus TC. 41.6 minus 13.6 units equal 11. Yeah, we got 11 for the maximum profits. Is it easy? Easy calculation. But many of you just wrong here. Even it's easy. This is the first question for today. Is it good? I erase the early parts. Now question B. Question B. Question B asking if the firm follow the target to maximize total revenue. What should I do? When? Their maximum when? When what? MR. We know MR before. And now set MR equals 0. What do you have for MR? TR of Q. We know we have the function for MR. Can you say again? Minus 0.xq. Agree? 12 minus 0.xq equals 0. Q to start. The one you need to maximize profit equals 1.5. Yeah, 1.550. Good. Now, P to start. Correspondingly, the price equal 12 minus 0.4 multiplied by 50. 6. Don't forget that this is the maximum total revenue. 50 multiplied by 6 equals 90. 90. Now, TC 0.6 Q squared. 0.6 multiplied by 15 squared plus 4Q plus 5. 200. 200. I'm asking that you need to calculate profit as well. Don't stop at maximum revenue. The firm should have some profit here. You take TR maximum minus TC. $90 minus 200 equals minus 110. So if this exercise, if the firm maximize profit, firm gain a loss, firm suffer a loss. Okay, but in other exercise, maybe not the loss, but they just make the lower profit comparing to another case of profit maximization. It depends on exercises. Okay? Good. And then the final questions. Final questions. In the final question, we combine between the two questions. If the firm wants to gain a revenue of what? If the firm wants to gain as much revenue as possible, given the profit equal 10, why should it decide price and quantity? Total revenue as much as possible, but profit equal 10. How to start in question C? If the firm wants to get 10 in profits, firm targets profit equal 10 TR minus TC equal 10. Now can you say again TR function? TR function. 12. I forgot. Yeah, 12q minus 0.4q squared. 12q minus 0.4q squared. TC 0.6q squared plus 4q plus 5 equal 10. We start from this point. Now, can you simplify this equation? Can you simplify this equation? What do we have? Minus q squared minus q squared. So 12 minus 8q minus 4q equals 8q. Okay, then minus 5 minus 10 minus 50 equals 0. Is it correct here? Yeah. We have the two roots of this equation. Q1, Q2. Five and 3. Very good. Now, if we have the quantity, you can decide the price. P1 equal. Bring it to demand equation. When the quantity equal 5, the price equal. Yep, equal 10. And 10.8. Now, we should choose as higher revenue as possible, so you need to calculate TR1 and TR2 here. TR1, 5 multiplied by 10, 50. 3 multiplied by 10.8. 32, yeah, 0.4. Okay. Now, which one should be chosen here? Higher is better. We choose 50 or 32.4. 50. Higher is better. It means that, now conclusion, firm should produce five units and sell at price of 10 units, okay, for each product. Firm should produce 5 units and sell at the price of 10 per unit, okay? Is it hard? No. Once again, perfect calculation. Okay. We now can take a short break, and can you come back at 11? 10 past 11, then we do something more for the new chapter. Okay, and then end of the session, I can confirm the midterm test, how it should be. Okay, thank you students, 10 minutes break.
chưa?
Chết rồi. Vừa vừa ngủ và bây giờ phải chép bù.
Kiểu mày nô lệ của việc ngủ hay sao ấy.
Tao hay bị sập mà tao không sống được lại sự.
这个最到了。真的。Có bị này về tốt hai quay. Little. Có một cái trận Việt Nam thua Indo từ trước và chúng ta nhanh lại mấy ngày hôm nay chửi có một suốt ngày chửi bao ngày hôm nay rồi qua còn rất là chửi nhau. Được cái này đâu không vòng liền mà.
Có cách bị lơ.
Hello students. When you get back to your sets, we do more, okay? Around 12 for the lectures. And then I finalize what should we do next week for the midterm test and the final lecture. Hello. Now, chapter 4. Chapter 4. Competitive and monopoly. Get organized, please. Get organized. Now, so we have the two main points here. We study competitive markets and monopoly markets in this chapter. Shall we continue? Before, get the name? Now, before moving to the details of competitive and monopoly, I introduce what is the markets and how can we classify markets. Market is the collection of buyers and sellers. Collection of buyers and sellers through their actual or potential interaction. Through the actual or potential interaction. It means that when we have supply, when we have the buyers and sellers, they interact, we can form the markets. We can determine the price of the product or set of products. I repeat many times, if you don't need to study, don't want to study, you can go home or go outside. Don't force me to repeat many times that you should be silent. Whenever buyers and sellers can exchange information to determine price and quantity, we form the market. Thanks to the development of technology here, seller and buyer, they don't need to meet face to face. They can now exchange information on app, okay, on phones using or like I can say using phones or internet. Very easy, but they can reach each other. Okay. This is markets, what it is. And then we can classify markets into some forms here. We can classify markets into some forms. Done for the writing? Yeah? Now, we can classify markets into 4 forms as follows. First, the 3 main groups. Perfect competition, or we say competitive markets. This should be the first one. Perfect competition. The opposite of perfect competition, we do monopoly. Monopoly. Between the two here, it is imperfect competition. Now from the title, it means that we only focus on the two, perfect competition and monopoly. We don't pay attention to imperfect competition, but later, if you have chances to study economics, we know that in imperfect competition, we have monopolistic competition and oligopoly. Oligopoly. So once again, 4 of them in the market, but we only focus on the first one and the last one. We skip the middle. Okay, only just 2 here for limited time. And the midterm test next week up to the ending point of monopoly. Up to that ending point. What do we mean? We keep studying today, and next week up to monopoly, and right after we take the midterm test. Okay? You just apply everything you study from beginning up to monopoly part, and then you do midterm right after. So I will provide you all you need to understand about monopoly, and you just take the test as the exercise and questions for the midterm. Okay? Done here? Now here we go. Focus, very focused, deep focus on perfect competition. Shall I go on? Yeah? Okay. Now, competitive markets or perfect competition markets. There are some ways to say about this kind of markets. I can say perfectly competitive markets or competition markets. This is the type of market where products are identical. Products are identical. Identical, it means exactly the same. Exactly the same. And there are numerous or unlimited suppliers and consumers in this market. We have many sellers many buyers. The seller here, they're selling exactly the same products. It means perfectly competitive markets. So when you need to take example of competitive markets, normally you say about agriculture products. Agriculture products. Now pick up any name, for example, oranges. In oranges market, for example, when I say that I take example about wing oranges, all the oranges from wing, they are exactly the same. Consumer, they think about wing oranges, they always think that they are exactly the same, have the same size, same color, the same sweetness, for example, and then they buy at the same price elsewhere in the markets. Okay, there are numerous sellers, numerous buyers for these products. Get the point? Yeah. So normally we take agriculture product as example for perfectly competitive. Now, we have some main characteristics of these markets. Main characteristic of these markets. Because we have numerous sellers and buyers. So, each of the sellers in the market is not important. They play no significant role in the market. They are just one of numerous, so they have no power. You understand? There is no entry barrier to get into this market. It's quite easy. If you have land, if you have labor who know how to cultivate or how to plant oranges in wing, you can easily enter the market without the competition from the other. Now, another point here. Hello? Another point, the sellers or suppliers in this market, they are price taker. Price taker. It means that they cannot decide the price. I'm sorry. You should keep silence. Cannot decide the price. They are price taker. The price given in the market before. Later I explain. Now, opposite of price taker, how can we say? Price maker. The price maker, it means that they can decide the price in the market. They can decide the price. They have the market power. So someone that cannot decide price, we say they have no market power. Exactly. This is the next point that I want to tell here. Okay, price taker have no market power. So market power here, this is ability of the firm to decide the price. They cannot decide, no market power. Now, one of the characteristics that is important here, the information in the market is perfect. Or in English, we can say symmetric information. Perfect information here. That's why we say perfectly competitive markets. Now, why perfect information? It means that all the sellers, all the buyers, they know equally and they know all the information about the product. All of the sellers and buyers in the perfectly competitive market, they know everything. They know equally about the products. For example, when I'm a buyer in this market, I know how can the seller, okay, how can the producer plant a tree? How can they harvest the oranges? Okay, what is the price in the market? I know all the price. For the seller, they just have exactly the same amount of information. So this is in the theory only. In practices, never we have the perfect information. For example, I'm giving the lecture here for the whole class, but I understand that many of you study very well. You know all the points I provide. Some other, you know some points. But then for the other, okay, for the rest of students in the class, maybe you get nothing. You cannot understand because you don't come here for study. So never we have perfect information. This is in theories only. But then still we can say a counter market, it shares many characteristics of perfect markets. Now, no non-price competition. Non-price competition, it means that not using price, but you can compete with the rivals. For example, advertising. This is a kind of non-price competition. You can apply advertising for competition. But here, in perfect market, they use no non-price competition. Why? Because all the buyers in the market, they understand that the product here is identical. When we say well-being oranges, they always understand that the oranges come from it are exactly the same. So we never need to do advertising, okay? Because identical is good in this market. No competition. Each of the seller is tiny, no important role, no competition between them. And as the buyer, we don't need to choose the supplier because all the suppliers are exactly the same. Okay, this is some main characteristic of the market that I can mention.
Bị dùng tay đó. Tôi qua cái gì hay gì sáng giờ bị đỏ như tay tay mua sẵn này.
Chưa gì mà. Về VN rồi. Sang trường mới làm kinh nghiệm.
Done here? Yeah, now. demand curve and marginal revenue curve are perfectly competitive. How can we understand and assess a firm in this market? Now, if you continue making noises here, I think that today I will check attendance. For the one that keeps saying, okay, I invite you go out. Why you affect all of us? Demand and marginal revenue curves of a perfectly competitive firm. Two points here. The first one is the demand curve. Demand curve. I explain on the graph first. Now once again, perfectly competitive market, we have numerous sellers and numerous buyers. So all the sellers in this market, they can form the supply curve upward sloping. Numerous sellers, unlimited sellers, they form the supply curve upward sloping. See here, follow the graph. Numerous buyers in the market, they form the demand curve downward sloping. Downward sloping. Okay? Now, your left hand side, this is how a market for perfectly competitive works. The whole market, how it works. Once again, supply curve for perfectly competitive market, upward sloping. Demand curve, downward sloping. So finding intersection between supply and demand, you have, what's the name? Equilibrium. Very good, we have equilibrium. So you can decide P0 and Q0 on my graph. This is for equilibrium price and quantity. The whole market. Your right hand side, this is for a firm in this market. Don't forget that perfectly competitive market, numerous sellers and numerous buyers. Okay? Each firm in the market, they are price taker. Remember the words? Price taker. They cannot decide the price. But then, the price here, this is determined by supply and demand of the whole market. It means that from supply and demand here, you know how much is the price at equilibrium. All the firms in this market, they sell all the quantity at this price. If I'm selling wing oranges, I know the equilibrium market price and I sell 10 kilo, 1,000 kilo, for example, at the same price of P0. A price for all the quantity. Okay, P0, this is equilibrium price here. Why not higher? If all the oranges are exactly the same, when I sell higher than P0, no one buying. If I sell lower than P0, it means that my oranges, my quality of my oranges is not good as the other. Okay? But I assume that perfect here, it means that everything is the same. The only price that I should sell all my product is P0. Cannot be higher or lower. You understand? How can we say about the demand curve here? This is parallel to horizontal axis, or this is horizontal. Now question, how about the demand curve for the whole market? What about the demand curve for the whole market of perfect competition? This is downward sloping. Downward sloping. Now for the whole market, we have downward sloping demand curve. For a firm in the market, we have horizontal demand curve. Can you see the difference? Okay, in the test, I can ask you about. You need to distinguish between demand curve for a firm and demand curve for the whole market. Okay, now can you do the graph here? Parallel with horizontal axis for a firm. Downward sloping for the whole market. Done the point? Okay. This is the demand curve. Now, the marginal revenue curve. Why we should know the marginal revenue curve? It depends, it relates to the product profit maximization. Now, you write down marginal revenue curve. I need to remind again that you should keep silent. We are all tired. Okay? I show you one example of calculation. Don't need to write down. Just quickly do. Stop here for marginal revenue, but do calculation. Don't need to write down. P and Q. Now, this is example of perfectly competitive firm. Why? Why you know that this example for perfectly competitive firm? Very good, because the price is constant with all the quantity. Firm selling all the quantity at the same price of 800. You agree? Yeah. How can you calculate TR? TR equals price times quantity. Now MR, how to? MR, the change in TR over the change in Q. AR, TR over Q or equal P. Good? Now TR. The first one equals 800, then P times Q. Huh? Q here. 16,000, okay? 1,600, 1,600. Yeah, this is TR. Agree? MR. Now, when the firm selling one more quantity, what should be additional revenue that they can gain? How much here? Delta TR over delta Q. How much? 800. Go on. 800 again. For the whole column here, it equals 800. Explain why. Explain why. Very good, because the price is constant. Whenever the firm selling one more unit of outputs, firm gain more of the same marginal revenue because constant price. Now AR. AR. 800. 800 as well. Why? Because actually AR always equal P. 800. What do we mean? If we sell at the same price, we have the price here equal the marginal revenue, and it also means the average revenue. You understand? Yeah. So the marginal revenue curve, it also means the demand curve, because demand curve shows the relationship between P and Q. Now this is what you need to form on your notebook. The demand curve coincides. We say the words coincides the marginal revenue curve, and it also means the average revenue curve as well. And only perfectly competitive firms, they have these points, this special characteristic. Okay? Now done here, this is enough that we now can explore how a perfectly competitive firm maximize profits. Now, number four, profit maximization of a perfectly competitive firm. Profit maximization of perfectly competitive firm. We answer how a perfectly competitive firm can maximize profits. Now, can you repeat for any firm? What is the rule that firm can maximize profits? And of chapter 3, we have the way. Very good. They said MR equal MC. The marginal revenue equals the marginal cost. Okay, half an hour ago, we know this. And we just done an exercise about this. Any firms, when they try to maximize profits, they produce that MR equal MC. Now, the question is, what is the special points for perfectly competitive firm? Before, I said that the demand curve is horizontal and it coincides the marginal revenue curve. It should be a point, very special one, that whenever we say perfectly competitive firm, we should mention. Okay? P equal MR. Now can you come up to a decision here? How a perfectly competitive firm maximize profits? Now all the firm MR equal MC. This one has P equal MR. How can we say the rule to maximize profit of a perfectly competitive firm? I'm not saying. Now combine the two here. How can we say? When P equal MC. This is the perfect way to say about the rule to maximize profits of this firm. P equal MC. Now in the test, if someone write down MI equal MC for perfectly competitive firm, I said that no, you don't have any mark here. Because if you write down MI equal MC, you don't remember the horizontal demand and marginal revenue curve for the firm. Okay, I give you no mark if you say MI equal MC. The only one way correct is P equal MC. Remember. P equal MC. So to show the profit of the firm, now to show the profit of the firm, you need to present P, it means the demand curve. You need to present MC curve. P equal MC, you can decide the quantity Q star to maximize profits. You know that P star given in the market, you know TR. It is not enough to show profit area because profit it equals TR minus TC. So you need to know more about TC here. Quickest way, if you know Q star, you know ATC, you can know about TC. That's why in the following graph, I need to show the demand curve, NC curve, and ATC curve to show about the profit area. Okay? I need to present the three curves here on the following graph for profit maximization. Now, here we go. Now, look at my slide. Look at my slide. When we say perfectly competitive firm, this is horizontal demand curve. Look at my slide. Can you see horizontal demand curve? And it also means the marginal revenue curve. We need to show the rule is P equal MC, presents MC curve. And more, if we want to know TC, we should know ATC. Now question, what is the shape of ATC and MC? U-shape, very good. And MC. Cut ATC at what? Minimum point of ATC. Okay? We studied last chapter. You need to show that MC, ATC, they both U-shape. And MC cuts ATC at the minimum point of ATC. Now can you say again, how the firm maximize profits? How perfectly competitive firm maximize profits? P equal MC, thank you. Perfect. P, given by the horizontal demand curve. Cuts MC at point A. From point A, you bring down horizontal axis. You know this is the quantity to maximize profit. Q star. Is it okay? Yeah? Should the firm decide P star? No, P star given in the market, they are price taker. You understand? In the test, I always give you P star equal ones for you to do. You don't need to decide. Can you say here which one showing the total revenue of the firm? What area on my graph showing total revenue? P stars here, Q star here. What's the name of area? You take P star multiplied by Q star. This and this. What is it? P star A. Next, Q star O. Okay, now again, you take the price P star, you multiply by the quantity Q star. So the area is P star A Q star O. This one for total revenue. You agree? Yeah. Now, how can you know the total cost, TC? What we know here, we know Q star is the quantity to maximize profits. You should bring Q star. Bring Q star cuts ATC. We have point B. Point B here. It means that BQ star, this is corresponding ATC, where the quantity equal Q star. You see? How can you know TC? TC equal ATC multiplied by Q star. So ATC is here. ATC is here. And Q star here. What is the area for TC? CB Q star. Oh, excellent. This is for TC. CB Q star O. Now, hence the profit of the firm. How can you calculate profits here? Yeah, we take the difference between TR and TC. What areas on the graph here show profits? We take P star A Q star O, U minus C B Q star O. So left we have P star A. P star A, B, C. Well done. This is the profit of the firm. This is the profit of the firm. Okay? I'm highlighting the area. Profit of the firm. P star A, B, C. Now, you should inform yourself that this is the maximum profit that firm can generate in perfect markets. Okay? The maximum profits. Is it clear enough? Yeah? Okay. The final points for today. The final points. I introduce the points that we're going to do next week. You write down because it's important. Then I will inform you what we do next week. Very important. Okay? All of you finish here? Yeah. Now, number 5, we analyze break-even point, shutdown point of a perfectly competitive firm. So write down all the information here. Then next week we do details. But don't forget that after this, I will inform some important information. Now, break-even points. shutdown points of a perfectly competitive firm. How to analyze these 2 points? We start from the formula of profit. This is what you know already. Pi profit equal TR minus TC. TR minus TC. Or TR equal P times Q. TC equal Q multiplied by ATC. What do we mean? We can take the quantity multiplied by the difference between P and ATC. This is what you know. Nothing new. So to know about profit of the firm, we just know Q and the difference between P and ATC. Now Q here, it is positive. The quantity firm produced, always positive. So the difference between P and ATC, it can decide about the profit that we have. Is it positive or negative? You agree here? Yeah. How can we compare P and ATC? Now, for perfectly competitive firm, we have the price is the horizontal demand curve, P star. What is the shape of ATC? U shape, very good. ATC is U shape. If we want to compare horizontal line and U shape curve, I can try to compare horizontal line and the minimum point of ATC. Is it make sense here? Yeah. Compare this horizontal line and minimum of ATC. The question is, for example, if P greater than ATC minimum, now you imagine, if P greater than ATC minimum, what you have? How can you say about the profit here? P greater than ATC minimum, so profit will be positive. Agree? If firm can make positive profits, they are very happy. They keep producing. Okay? If they make profits, they happy to produce. This is the first point. So remember here, there is no minimum for ATC at the general formula. But then from this point, we say perfectly competitive firm. You should add up the minimum. You understand? Yeah, from this point. You should write down the minimum. Firm make profits. Firm happy to produce. Now, the second case, what happens if P exactly equals ATC minimum? What do we have? Profit equal 0. How can we say? We say firm breaks even. Firm making 0 profits. Firm breaks even. Firm breaks even. So we say P equal ATC minimum is the break-even point of the firm. Later, I explain on the graph. Okay? At break-even point, you need to sell what quantity, what price. The question should be, you find the price and the quantity at the break-even point of the firm. Okay? We work on the graph first and then exercise. Now question, if firm breaks even, should the firm continue producing? If 0 profit here, should firm continue producing? Yes or no? How do you say? Do they continue producing if the profit equals 0? If you say no, it means that you haven't read any pages of economics. Here, even zero profit firm continue producing. Okay, later we know why. Now, what happens if P smaller than ATC minimum? What we have? Profit. Profit what? Negative. We say firm make a loss here. If P smaller than ATC minimum, 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. Make a loss. Suffer a loss. Experience a loss. Okay? When P is smaller than ATC minimum. Question. Should the firm continue producing? No. Actually, it depends. Now, when the firm wants to decide should it continue or should it not, it needs to compare with another cost function. This is ABC. Now, the smaller case of this scenario, when the price is still greater than ABC minimum, even making a loss here, but firm should continue producing. I explain later on the graph. You write down this conclusion. Even making a loss, but it's better for the firm if they can continue producing. Explain later. Only when P is smaller than ABC minimum, the firm should shut down. Only P is smaller than ABC minimum, firm should shut down. Only when this scenario, if the price in the market is smaller than ABC minimum, the average variable cost. Okay? Now, one case left here. If P exactly equals ABC minimum, it is called the shutdown price of the firm. Shutdown price. So we have break-even point and shutdown price. This is what you can find out at the moment, but then all explanation, that's what I do. Nào, tuần sau mình sẽ làm những gì? Mình sẽ hoàn thành hết những phần ở đây. Đây là những phần cuối cùng của Perfectly Competitive Firm. Sau phần lý thuyết là có bài tập. Nghe nhá, quan trọng lắm. Buổi tuần sau rất quan trọng với mình. Sau phần này là phần nào? Phần Monopoly. Đây là phần cuối của chương. Trong Monopoly lại có tất cả những phần giống như thế này. Đầu tiên là các phần lý thuyết, sau đấy là bài tập. Nào, nhớ này. Bài midterm sẽ là từ đầu đến hết chương này. Chương này buổi sau là em nhớ. Nào, mình sẽ luôn làm được nếu như mình tập trung từ đầu đến hết phần Monopoly, bởi vì cô sẽ có bài giảng, cô sẽ có bài tập chữa ở trên lớp và đi thi cô sẽ hỏi giống như bài đã chữa, khó hơn chút, đúng không ạ, để phân loại sinh viên. Nếu khó hơn chỉ là khó hơn một chút thôi. Chưa xong. Buổi sau vẫn là từ 7 giờ đến 12 giờ bởi vì cô đang rất là kẹt thời gian. Nào cho từ nào. Hôm trước cô nghỉ sớm, cô đã ngủ đủ rồi. Tuy nhiên, bởi vì cô muốn rằng không thể bỏ qua những phần mà phải dạy. Đúng không ạ? Môn này cô luôn thiếu thời gian như vậy nên mong em thông cảm. Cách mà mình làm việc tuần sau sẽ là chưa xong đâu cả lớp. Đầu tiên nhá, từ 7 giờ, hôm nay một số bạn đến rất đúng giờ, cảm ơn em. Một số hoặc là phần lớn các bạn khác vẫn đến muộn giờ đó. Tuần sau ai đến muộn tức là mình sẽ bỏ lỡ những phần mà cô sẽ hỏi trong bài midterm, em nhớ điều đó. Nào, mình sẽ làm hết phần perfectly competitive market và bài tập, sau đó cô cho em nghỉ ngắn giữa giờ 5 phút. Sau đó mình học Monopoly, xong hết Monopoly cô cho em nghỉ 10 phút rồi mình làm midterm. Đúng không? Và nhớ rằng sẽ hỏi đến tận hết phần Monopoly cơ. Học trên lớp áp dụng luôn vào bài midterm. Bài midterm. Nào nghe giúp cô với. Bài midterm mình không sử dụng tài liệu và có rất nhiều đề, cũng dùng một đề. Được chưa? Làm trên lớp trong vòng 45 phút. Nghe tiếp. Bởi vì cô biết rằng sắp xếp một buổi thêm cho em cực kỳ khó, hội trường không có rất nhiều lớp ở đây. Sau đó, những phần còn lại là những chương ngắn ở phần macroeconomics. Cô sẽ chuẩn bị slide trước và sau đó em không cần ghi bài trong phần macro, nhưng cô sẽ luyện tập những câu hỏi phần macro ở trên lớp cho em, đủ để cho em có hoàn chỉnh kiến thức khi đi thi final test vào cuối tháng này. Em đồng ý không? Bởi vì buổi tới là buổi cuối cùng rồi nên mình bắt buộc phải gói ghém mọi thứ còn lại vào buổi cuối, buổi tới đó. Được chưa ạ? Như vậy buổi tới rất quan trọng với mình nhá. Kiểm tra midterm đến tận giữa buổi tới cơ. Đúng không ạ? Ai cũng cần đi học sớm. Chuẩn bị cho cô sẽ phát cho em đề thi và giấy nháp. Em không dùng điện thoại, không dùng máy tính trong giờ làm bài đâu. Mình sẽ chỉ được dùng máy tính bấm thôi, calculator thôi. Và phải có, bởi vì môn này có bài tập. Một số bạn hỏi, thế thì cấu trúc của đề thi midterm thế nào? Bài thi viết trong đó có 2 phần. Một phần đầu tiên mà sinh viên hay gọi là phần lý thuyết, tức là sẽ đưa ra các mệnh đề, giải thích rằng nó đúng hay sai, tại sao đúng, tại sao sai, vẽ hình ra. Và phần thứ hai là phần bài tập, tất cả những bài đã chữa, tính đến hết phần Monopoly. Được chưa? Nên những phần nào đã học rồi thì ôn đi. Buổi sau có thêm 2 dạng bài tập nữa thì học ngay ở trên lớp và áp dụng luôn. Cả lớp hiểu ý không? Rồi, xin em thêm 2 phút để điểm danh.
Điểm danh.
Nếu ai đi học mình sẽ được điểm danh, ai không thì thôi. Và câu hỏi ngày hôm nay, điểm danh nhá, hỏi tên sinh viên.